Fingers crossed, also wie es schönes auf Englisch heißt. In dem Sinne, guten Abend zusammen. Willkommen zum heutigen Stream. Wir spielen ein sehr interessantes Spiel. Stanley Parabel, die Ultra Deluxe Edition. Bin auf jeden Fall sehr gespannt, wie es abgehen wird. Ich habe ja schon die erste Version, die vor Jahren rauskam, gespielt. War ein sehr, sehr ungewöhnliches Spiel, ein sehr interessantes Spiel. Im Grunde sind wir die Marionette von einem Erzähler. Und wir versuchen zu entkommen. Ich glaube, das ist eine gute Zusammenfassung. Sprich, wenn wir alles tun, was der Erzähler von uns will, verlieren wir. Naja, aber ich würde mal sagen, da ich das Spiel schon lange nicht mehr gespielt habe und hier sehr viel Neues dazugekommen sein soll, fangen wir mit einem Wow an. Hallöchen Sarah, danke für das Abo. Nachher du den Drachen 3 Monate treu bleibst. Wie geht's, wie steht's? Hallöchen Leonidas. Grüße. Sind alle gut drauf? Sollen wir loslegen? Ich finde es ja sogar hier. Ein Bildschirm im Bildschirm im Bildschirm. Vor allem, der ist 4:3 und wir sind ja 16:9. Du hast gebacken. Was hast du denn Schönes gebacken? Hallöchen, Sie. Ah, meine Nase juckt. Meine Nase juckt. Wieso juckt jetzt meine Nase? Nase vor allem Ding. Wir sind jetzt japanisch. Nase. Hallöchen, Maxting. Kennt ihr das Spiel? Selterskuchen. Selterskuchen? Oh. I'm not sure. Kommt mir bekannt vor. Aber ich glaube, ich stelle mir gerade was anderes vor, beziehungsweise ich stelle mir gar nichts vor. Erstmal nochmal auf Twitch sage ich schon, im Discord Link posten. Wir sind live. Wie sieht's denn? Hallöchen Michiko. Hallöchen Noah. Klassisch aus der DDR. Oh. Danke, Leonidas. Ich versuche, was ich kann. Ja, Nahida. Ja, man kann sie nur suchten. Nahida ist cute. Na gut, legen wir los. Sollen wir loslegen? Habt ihr Fragen zu dem Spiel? Oder sollen wir direkt einfach nur loslegen? Und ich sollte den Chat vielleicht wieder rüberbuxieren über meinen Kopf, dort wo er hingehört. Dann habe ich euch nah bei mir. Na dann, legen wir mal los. Das Spiel ist, soweit ich weiß, auf Englisch. Aber wir haben deutsche Untertitel. Ich weiß nur nicht, ob ich über den Untertiteln gerade bin. The end is loading. The end is never the end. The end is loading. Never.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Hallöchen, Jupiter Melly.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So, Dann nochmal hallo, willkommen in der Stanley Parabel. Ihr habt bereits den Erzähler gehört, den Antagonisten dieses Spiels, oder spoiler ich bereits. Hallöchen Schelle, ey, was soll denn das heißen? Kasi-Simulator, hallo. Hallöchen New Galaxy. In den letzten 4 Stunden. Ich habe mich gerade ein bisschen drüber aufgeregt, dass mein Download-Speed so langsam war. Dann kam ich auf die Idee, den Server zu wechseln und surprise, das Spiel, was gesagt hat, es wird noch 4 Stunden brauchen, um downzuladen. Also ich hatte hier die Mina Experience. Ich hatte Download-Speed von 300 Kilobyte. Es war furchtbar. Ich weiß nicht, wie Mina damit klarkommt. Auf jeden Fall, ich habe den Server gewechselt und dann ratatata, die 4 Stunden sind zu 3 Minuten geworden. Ich war schon halb verzweifelt. Hätte ich das jetzt schon vorhin gemacht, hätten wir ein ganz anderes Spiel gespielt. Und wisst ihr welches? Wisst ihr, was für ein Spiel ich eigentlich jetzt spielen wollte, was aber aufgrund des Download-Speeds nicht ging? Und nachdem ich den Download-Speed gefixt habe, hat er anstelle, er wollte erst 8 Stunden runterladen. Dachte ich mir, okay. Nee. Nachdem ich fertig war, hat es nur noch 40 Minuten gedauert. Aber jetzt den Stream noch mal 40 Minuten nach hinten zu verschieben, fand ich suboptimal. Nee, kein VR-Chat. Ja, meine Avatar hat eine weiße Linie. Ist sie gut oder ist sie nicht gut? Soll ich die weiße Linie wegmachen? Gefällt euch die weiße Linie? Egal. Naja, es wäre die reinste Spielzeit gewesen. Ich hätte ein bisschen Spielzeit gemacht. Und was heißt Spielzeit auf Englisch? Ich reibe mir gerade die Hände. Ja. Und welches Spiel könnte ich damit meinen? Genau. Ich hab's mir geholt. Den Dreier. Der Dreier ist draußen. Naja, gut, dann lassen wir den Dreier für Sonntag. Du hast es gesagt? Ja, sie hat es wirklich gesagt. Wow, ich drücke die Maus. Und es wird eine Taste gedrückt als Sound. Ich will sehen, wie deine Unterwäsche sich fühlt wegen dem Game. Aha. Oder die Linie weg. Gefällt dir nicht die Linie? Na, ich kann die Linie auch wegmachen, das ist jetzt weniger das Problem. So. Dann sieht es aber so aus. SOS, someone help me. Also, wer ist für die Linie, wer ist gegen die Linie? Hör ich Nijack? Die Linie, Schelle, die Linie. Oha. Fühl dich geknüllt, Milena. Vielleicht taucht dir das Handy wieder auf. Also. Aber Michiko sagt auch mit Linie. Der Linie. Okay, du hast wieder. Perfekt. Hallöchen, Nathalie. Aber ich finde es auch eigentlich mit Linie schöner, wenn ich ehrlich bin. Vielleicht können wir es ein bisschen dünner machen. So. Ein bisschen Linie. Dann hebe ich mich so ein bisschen vom Untergrund auf. Gut, bevor unser... Wie die Linie triggert dich. Warum tut sich die Linie triggern? Wir spielen das Stanley Parabel. Das ist die Backrooms mit Erzähler, könnte man es nennen. Ah. Ich bin solo. Also ich habe ein paar weibliche Freunde, aber ich habe keine Freundin. Ich bin Single. Na gut. Ja, das wundert mich auch gerade, Schelle. Schelle, halt dich fest. Da ich dauernd mit Mina im Stream bin, glaube ich, ich weiß, wen er meint. Hust, hust. Schelle, was sagst du dazu? Perfekt. Gut. Wir wollten das Spiel spielen. Aua, wieso habe ich jetzt gebonkt? Ich habe doch nichts gesagt. Wie alt ich bin? Wie alt schätzt du mich denn? Au. Habe ich ein kleiner Killer? Michiko sagt 25. Na gut, sollen wir loslegen oder wollt ihr noch mehr Fragen stellen? Nee, Schelle, also geistig bin ich jünger als 10. Geistig bin ich viel jünger als 10, aber ich habe auch Momente, wo ich viel älter bin als 139. Ich leide unter Peter Pan-Syndrom. Na dann, wollen wir loslegen? Mir juckt es in den Fingern. Laut meiner Stimme bin ich 25 Jahre alt. Lass Peter Pan aus der Pan. Da habe ich auch so ein sehr schönes TikTok dazu gesehen, wo eine Tochter zu ihrer Mutter geht. Mom, ich bin pansexuell. Und die Mutter so mit der Bratpfanne in der Hand. Ah, schön, Liebes. Und versteckt dann die Pfanne hinter ihrem Rücken. Wer kennt's nicht, pansexuell? Aua, und Hurricane Princess. Aber ich habe bis jetzt alle Alter gehört. Ich habe von 16, manchmal noch mal 12. Ich glaube, das war als Witz gemeint. Aber ich habe jedes Alter bis jetzt gehört. Bis zu 50. Irgendwelche meinten, ich wäre 55 Jahre alt. Und dabei sage ich bin doch nicht so jung. Ich bin 139. Macht mich nicht jünger, als ich bin. Schnief. Ich find's toll, wie ich gestikuliere und meine Hand auf die Stirn mache, um so dramamäßig zu klingen. Und dabei sieht man meine Hand auf der Stirn gar nicht. Ich sollte Handtracking wieder aktivieren, meint ihr nicht? Dann könnte ich richtig schön gestikulieren. Dann würdet ihr auch jetzt die Hand auf meiner Stirn sehen. Na gut, egal. Hans-Tracking? Hand, nicht Hans. Hand. Hände. Ihr könnt es euch ja vorstellen. Na dann. Doch klar können wir Freunde sein. Die Frage ist, welche Art von Freunde? Auf TikTok haben die immer sehr sasse Vorstellungen von Freundschaft. Sehr, sehr sasse Vorstellungen. Die Frage ist halt immer, was ihr euch vorstellt und was ihr wollt. Nein. Was für Vorzüge meint ihr? Nein. Denkt dran, hier sind sehr viele Minderjährige dabei. Na gut. Also, ihr Peter Melly, ich gehe fest davon aus. Und wenn ihr dann ihr seid 85 und ich bin dann irgendwie 200, überleg mal, dann haben wir wirklich so, vermutlich können wir uns dann wirklich ins Bett à la Sword Art Online legen und sind dann wirklich dort. Also mit so in 50 Jahren werden wir hoffentlich soweit sein, oder? Schelle projiziere nicht von dir auf andere. Wenn es dir stinkt, dann geh endlich bald duschen. Na dann, wenn das die einzigen Vorzüge sind, von mir aus. Vor allem in der alten Version wurde der Erzähler extrem ungehalten, wenn man so lange im Raum ist und hat einfach die Tür zugemacht. Zwar so.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me.
Genau.
Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive.
Schönes Bild.
Soon, very soon now, this will end.
Namt,
He will
Lily.
be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Also, in diesem Spiel gibt es irgendwie 300 Enden. Hier haben wir das erste Ende gehabt. Das Ende, du hattest zu viel Angst, um rauszugehen.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Welchen Sally? Na gut, machen wir mal die Story mit. Machen wir einfach mal die Story mit und schauen, was passiert. Einmal wollen wir die Story ja
When
mitspielen.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Entscheidungen. Jetzt kann ich eine Entscheidung treffen. Na gut, wir machen alles, was er will.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Das ist neu. Na gut. Ändere es nicht, ohne den Whiteboard-Manager um Erlaubnis zu fragen. Kabel-Planning. Aha. Meeting-Schedule. Aha. Marketing Mondays. Group 40, Group 45. Ideas and Development. Group 43, 44. Ach, sind das alles Gruppen? Interesting. IT Department Weekly Review. Ah, interesting. Numbers of slides on the slides. Chart. Rate at which chart on the same slide. Hilfe. Na gut, gehen wir weiter. Nee, das ist kein Horror-Game. Und das hier ist auch ein Ende. Aber das machen wir später. Erstmal wollen wir einmal...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Wie war noch... erinnert sich jemand an die Kombination? Na gut. Egal. Was für ein Chaos. Oh nein, das ist kein Horrorspiel.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Sehr schön, vor allem to rich lines is Cloud Money. Aha. Ich bin der teuerste Boss ever.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Kann das jemand aufschreiben? Das brauchen wir dann später.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons
2845.
Stanley
Danke.
happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Aber jetzt spielen wir erstmal so, wie das Spiel es glaubt zu müssen. Aber ich bin auch gespannt, was für neue Enden dazu gekommen sind.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Bis jetzt kriegen alle die Geschichte mit. Es sieht heller aus als das.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay. SKP. Nee, wir machen erstmal weiter.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Nee, die brauche ich nicht. Ich brauche nur 2485.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
Fired.
Their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Das ist unser 427. Vor allem, wie viele Mitarbeiter diese Firma hat. Oh, das ist unser Büro. Nummer 1, da oben. Ist das der Boss? Nee. Verrückt. Egal, weiter geht's. Und wie ist die Lautstärke?
Mind control facility. It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Wollen wir das tun? Oder wollen wir sie anmachen und die Kontrolle übernehmen? Also, anmachen oder ausmachen? Wollen wir sie ausmachen und frei sein oder sie anmachen und selber zum Herrscher der Welt werden? On? Aber bis jetzt haben wir alles gemacht, was der Narrator wollte. Und er meint, wir sollen sie jetzt ausmachen. Wir alle sagen an. Mhm. Vor allem den Prinz ist sogar mit einer Waffe. Aber ich will nicht, ich will frei sein. Das ist so der Beweis. Als Streamer werde ich niemals frei sein. Schnief.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that
Ja.
what you wanted? Control?
Ich will Kontrolle.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent,
Was heißt ich
Stanley
Sarah?
suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
Der Sprecher ist
How long
toll.
until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now.
Na dann.
Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
Ich kann
What
nichts drücken.
precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you,
Blau?
about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's
Warte.
that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly
Großer
what
roter
happened
Button.
to them.
You have 2
I
attempts
erased
remaining.
them. I turned off the machine. I set you free.
Excuse
Of
me?
course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside,
hallo?
or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to
Warte.
make sense of everything
1.
and
Gibt
take
es eine
back
2?
the control wrested away from you.
Was bist du für eine Zahl?
Rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go around will be even better.
Was bist du für eine Zahl?
My goodness, only 34 seconds
4.
left.
Okay.
But I'm enjoying this so
1.
much.
Wo ist die
You
2?
know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
Ah,
These
nett von
are
ihm.
precious additional seconds.
3. Wo ist die 3?
Time doesn't grow
Wo ist die
on
3?
trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea
5.
where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that
3.
timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
4.
I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? One
Ja, ich kann's
soul?
besiegen.
Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Ja, dich zu besiegen. Hör auf zu lachen.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler.
Ich weiß nicht, was du
That
meinst.
timer isn't a
Na
catalyst to
klasse.
keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so
Hallo?
you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you
Okay,
let go of
wir
peace?
geben auf. Wir geben auf.
Choice.
Wir geben
Make it
auf.
count.
Wir
Whatever.
geben
It's
auf.
all the same to me. All
Off,
part
off,
of the
off, off,
journey.
off, off.
And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
Kaboom. Ja gut, hat ja gut geklappt.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Gab es da nicht ein Achievement für...
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
4, 3, 5 war
Nor
das
did it
doch, oder?
advance the story in any way.
4, 3, 5. Aua! 60. Bist du da?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no.
Aber.
I can't just give these merits away for such little effort.
Aber.
A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Ich soll jetzt 20 Mal auf die Tür klar klicken, damit ich das Achievement bekomme. Ist das dein Ernst? Na gut, dann mache ich es. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of
Was meinst du, du fühlst es nicht?
Perhaps 50 clicks will do it.
50?
Almost certainly 50 clicks.
Er verarscht mich doch, oder? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley.
Was für ein Hustle?
I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Der verarscht mich doch gerade, oder? 417 also. 417 wollte er. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20.
Great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Warte, 437?
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415, 415, 415. Hier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Now, back to door number 437.
Was machst du eigentlich, wenn du aufstehst? Was meinst du mit aufstehst? Warte, welche Tür muss ich machen? Welche Tür hat er gerade gesagt? 437.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Die Kopierer?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling
Ja.
it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Oh, oh, er fühlt es. Es kommt. Es kommt.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
419, 419, 419. Komm. Ich würde gerne da hoch.
Yes, this is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416, 416.
We've almost got it. Now the copy machine, do that one again.
Meinst du?
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now? What were you thinking?
Darf ich dich darauf hinweisen, dass du gerade davon gekommen bist, dass ich 5-mal auf eine Tür geklickt habe? Ich wollte es nur erwähnt haben. Das Rache machen wir es komplett andersrum. Wir gehen nach rechts.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Wir standen schon länger als 5 Minuten da.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Was für ein faszinierender Raum. Wie findet ihr eigentlich das Spiel? Also das Beste an dem Spiel ist eigentlich der Englisch.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Aber,
Really worth it.
aber hier gibt es Cold Drinks. Yippie.
At this
Yippie.
point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Okay. Also, wie findet ihr das Spiel bis jetzt? Also ich finde den Erzähler klasse, aber
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
aber ich krieg doch Dialog und ich versuche gerade mit den Zuschauern zu sprechen. Kollege, du unterbrichst mich wieder. Also, ich glaube, er hat jetzt sich beruhigt. Wie wurde es jetzt dreimal von Epi gekillt? Nein. Ja, der Erzähler ist klasse. Können denn alle Englisch oder braucht jemand den Untertitel? Ist jemand angewiesen auf den Untertitel? Also können wir jetzt weitermachen, weil ich glaube, der Erzähler ist so leicht genervt. Kaffeenut.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Den brauche ich gleich. Wir gehen dahin.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Jetzt entscheide ich mal. Und dann halt zu rechts.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay.
Ich glaube auch so langsam.
I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet.
Interesting.
This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Okay.
Okay. We just have to get back to,
Darf ich sie wieder
Who
öffnen?
am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
Was soll das? Hallo?
Suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Hallo? Du kannst nicht einfach das Spiel neu starten? Der startet einfach das Spiel neu. Hallo? Geht's noch? Der startet... Hallo?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Der startet einfach so das Spiel neu.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh.
Das sind ein paar
Everything should be-
Türen mehr.
Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
Hä?
Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then.
Er
It's
mobbt
an
mich.
adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Na, dann gehen wir links. Story, wo bist du? Oh, ich glaube, das ist richtig. Ich fühl's. Wir kommen näher. Wir kommen der Sache. Moment mal, sind wir nicht auf der Hallo? Können wir zurückgehen?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
Jetzt.
Do we need to restart the game?
Nein, wir restarten das Spiel nicht. Nein.
Progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this.
Nein,
Okay,
ich
let's
gucke
give
mir.
it a shot. Why
Nein,
not?
nein, nein. Nein, hallo? Ich war grad beim Exploring.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Ja, so ein
meeting
bisschen
room.
Backrooms
Perhaps
ist
he had
es.
simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. Dann gehen wir zurück.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Excuse me?
No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Kannst du dich mal entscheiden, Kollege?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Ja!
Congratulations!
Ich habe
I
gewonnen.
know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Danke, danke, danke.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We
Ja, und?
both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
Hallo?
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
Excuse me?
Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Jetzt hat er schon wieder...
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we
Excuse
don't
me?
get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parabel Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Na gut, folgen wir der Linie. Nein. Wir sind immer hier durchgegangen, wir gehen hier auch weiterhin durch.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Aber, linke Tür, rechte Tür. Ich soll durch die linke Tür gehen, hast du gesagt. Mann. Ich bin aber nicht cool. Aua. Aufhören. Aber jetzt sind wir mal hier. Oh, da spielt jemand solitär. Können wir weiterspielen? Ja.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both
Hilfe.
agree that the nature of
Wer war
existence
das?
is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective
Sarah.
experience of that existence,
Nee,
right?
nicht Sarah.
Okay. Now, if my
Wer war das?
experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office,
Dalia,
is this
danke
office
für
in
die 5
fact
Gifted
the
Subs.
skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct. Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I
Parkour!
was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Können wir einfach einen Screenshot davon machen und weitergehen? Warte, ich will die Musik zurück. Wo ist die Musik? Und wieso werde ich dauernd gebonkt?
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Da sind wir da nicht durchgekommen. Versuchen wir es nochmal hier durch. No.
Still missing the doors. Did we make a mistake following the line? Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
Alles gut, Sally. Märchen Lala. Aha!
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you.
Aber
everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Nein! Wieso startet er dauernd neu? Folgen wir jetzt wieder der...
What, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right?
Du hast sie
Why can't we
angemacht.
make up our own story. Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Aber die Linie. Das ist eine Linie, das ist eine sehr schöne Linie. Ich habe gehört, Linien halten schneller, länger, wenn man sie nicht zieht.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Kopfschmerz.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Wie soll ich dieser Line überhaupt folgen? Also jetzt könnte ich ihr folgen. Außerdem, du hast diese Storyline aktiviert. Bye, bye, Line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Okay. Hey, eine Line.
So I know that each door has to lead somewhere.
Wir machen es andersrum.
Which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Ich will durch die linke Tür. Boah. Das Verwirrungsende.
The confusion.
Du spielst das Verwirrungsende.
That's what this is. It's all one giant ending. And we're supposed to restart the game eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide?
Also,
Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really?
Erzähler erinnert sich nicht an die etwaigen Neustarts. Stanley versucht, die Story zu spielen, wird aber verhindert, unfähig irgendwo hinzugehen. Selbst neues Spiel. Also ich muss Linien wiederfinden, Anfang der Linie zu fallen. Versuche eine Story finden, Erzähler startet das Spiel neu, stirbt dabei. Schwarzes Nichts. Buchhandlung. In der Dunkelheit umkehren und eine Buchhandlung finden. Gelangweilt werden und gehen und Erzähler startet das Spiel neu. Der Erzähler ist verschwunden. Lange Zeit später Stanley stirbt.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Also sind wir jetzt noch beim Verwirrungsende?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Das ist neu, das kenne ich noch nicht.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Wow.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Haben wir noch nichts davon gesehen? Ah, okay, gut, jetzt sehen wir was.
Step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Okay.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Wie, du willst das gerne New Outfit und wie's...
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Okay, neuer Content.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if,
Ja.
Okay, let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
habe irgendwie Bauchschmerzen.
All right, let's see, it's the jump circle?
Also ich kann nicht springen. Ich bin jetzt draußen und ich kann... Okay, okay. Ich kann springen! Was für ein Update. Das ist wie Fontaine. Das ist quasi das Äquivalent zu Fontaine. Hier kann ich schwimmen und tauchen. Hier bin ich außerhalb aus Fontaine. Hier kann ich nicht tauchen. Hier bin ich in Fontaine. Und jetzt kann ich tauchen. Ich werde einfach meine Sprünge mitnehmen. Wenn ich mal springen. Sprünge sind halt eine seltene Ressource.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Nee, scheinbar war es das. Und dafür jetzt...
Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parabel Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Zur Information, alles, was ich bisher gemacht habe, bis zu dieser Tür New Content, das New Content ist wirklich Newer Content. Und alles davor hatte ich bereits. Ich habe ja die Stanley Parable mir vor 6 Jahren oder schon mal gekauft. Und jetzt habe ich sie mir nochmal als Ultra Deluxe gekauft. Das ist ja kein DLC im eigentlichen Sinne. Das ist ein komplett neues Spiel, für das ich den kompletten Preis gezahlt habe.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley?
Dafür habe
This
ich
is what happens
12 Euro
when
gezahlt.
greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar.
Was ist eine Erweiterung? Das ist ein komplett neues Spiel.
Craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Auf zu Twitter.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game?
Oh,
And try to
nein.
get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Like
What do you
always.
say, friend?
Oh, er nennt mich Freund. Ich muss grad grinsen, ich weiß nicht warum. Ein Vent.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show
Nein.
you something.
Nein. Wir sind nicht Sass. Wir sind nicht Sass. Oder sind wir Sass? Sind wir Sass? Ich kann mich hinknien. Wie Sass? Hui.
Oh, Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Excuse me?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Macht's mal. The Memory Zone.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh. Mhm. Sehr schön. Mit dem Sticker da drüber. Was war es davor? Kann ich lesen, was es davor war? The Last of Us. Mhm. Einfach die Trophäe von The Last of Us geklaut. Was steht hier? Postkarten. I remember. Mind Control. Our First Kiss, My First Car, the Release of Stanley Parable in 2013. Viel Glück, Sie und Hallchen Yannick. Smile because it happened. Oh. Bits of Music. Die Demonstration, die habe ich auch schon gespielt. Go inside, don't play for 5 years. Creator surprisingly down to earth. 50% von Designerhüten reduziert. Ah. Schönes Bild. Da ist ein Klavier. Little Stanley.
Suis dans la mémorisation, c'est sur la pluie des loups, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour. C'est là, dans la mémorisation, où je me remémore
Another
les
here
jours.
is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Es war's gut. Ah, schön. Kann ich nach unten gehen? Memory Zone Maintenance. Nee, man kann hier nicht runtergehen. Fire. Knowing your city. Oh. For the love of God. Ich das nur noch lesen können. Alles zu klein. Ich bräuchte einen 4K-Monitor dafür. Aber ich habe kein 4K. Welchen Abermut. Meine Mini-Stanley. Okay, und wieso sind wir jetzt hier?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Der Serious Room. Das ist der Room, wenn man versucht zu cheaten. Kann ich jetzt in den Keller?
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back.
Ach ja,
have it all
Barmut.
over
Bis später.
again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Cold Drinks.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Steam.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Not recommended.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Ein Left 4 Dead Generator. Warte mal, kommen gleich Zombies? Excuse me? Wieso sind hier so viele Left 4 Dead Sachen? Stimmt, jetzt. Oh, not recommended. Oh, hier ist was recommended.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? Tell me if I'm
Nein.
preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear.
Nudelscharf,
What
das
an
war ein
awful
Deutscher.
memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Bist kein
Perhaps the Stanley
Versager.
Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Wisst ihr, wer der erste Kommentar war? Könnt ihr euch erinnern? War das auch ein Deutscher? Wird das Spiel von Deutschen gehasst? Bei Big Nudelscharf. Reviews.
What's this one got to say?
Cookie.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal fluff. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Mhm.
It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think
Nacht, New
one can
Galaxy.
enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door, as long as it can open and lead from one... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking,
Ich habe ja drauf
you
gedrückt.
saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't
Yeah.
that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It
Und
was
ich kann dir
the vessel I
stundenlang
needed,
zuhören.
Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one
Nach einem
place
Jahr.
not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, There is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant.
Ja.
In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity.
Ich drück gleich den Knopf gleich.
You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever
Ich drück den Knopf.
It was a space without
Ich drück den Knopf.
without action or
Hallo? Hallo? Na dann, nochmal. Feueralarm oder muss die Batterie gewechselt werden? Oh, die Batterie, die Uhr. Boah, es ist unangenehm. Ist das unangenehm. Weg hier, das reicht. Das reicht.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting thing for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes!
Ja,
it seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our life.
Die Klima ist aus. Kommt hier überhaupt noch Sauerstoff rein? Egal.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Ich glaube, wir haben ihn kaputt gemacht. Er ist kaputt.
Is never the end, 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 is never the.
Oh, da tropft es. Nach 8 Stunden Schule. Guck mal, es regnet. Na dann. Irgendwie habe ich Portal-Vibes. Na dann. Licht! Ich sehe Sonnenlicht! Wir können das erstmal rauskommen. Können wir die Treppe benutzen? Wir haben seit langem die Zeit, hier rauszukommen. Jetzt habe ich wirklich Portal-Vibes. Sind das Zwetschgen? Das sind ja nur Bilder. Lol. Texturen. Hagebutten? Oh, die Hagebutten sind weg. Aber wo sind die Hagebutten hin? Was sind das für Geräusche? Hat er gerade was geschrien? Was ist das? Ich dachte, das ist kein Horror-Game. Oh, wir kommen hier raus. Weil wir können jetzt 3 Stunden lang in eine Richtung gehen oder ich drücke wieder auf den Button. Excuse me? Das war jetzt alles?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Hey, er ist zurück.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Neuer Content. Oder sollen wir nochmal die Standardversion? Na gut, gucken wir uns
Oh,
den.
good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Nochmal einen Button. Oh Mann. Wie ist etwas geladen? Aber tolle. Hallo? Weit waren wir doch schon?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Okay. Vor allem die Assets habe ich auch bei mir auf Unity.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Machst du mir auch ein paar Knödel? Die sind zurück, die 2 Türen. Da hat sich jemand in PowerPoint ausgetobt. Was? Okay.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Ich sehe hier etwas, was den Mädels gefallen könnte. Also 2 Augen, 2 Ohren, 2, was auch immer Nostrils sein soll, 2 Arme, 2 Legs und was noch? 2... 2... Okay, ich lasse es. Nasenlöcher. Nee, ihr müsst anders denken. Etwas, was ein normaler Typ nicht zweimal hat. Hust, hust. Was? Doom 2, Ali 2, Dark Souls 2. Ah, okay. Aha. New Content? New Features. Aha. Er gibt sich zumindest Mühe. Ich habe hier nicht mehr eine Frau.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Ja. Ich habe Angst.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game.
Ich hab Angst.
Isn't that wonderful?
Welcher Name wird kommen? Ich weiß es nicht.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim.
Oh
But of course, in
nein.
the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Ich
I
bin
want you to
Jim.
imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim,
Aw.
seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Weichen weg.
Do you feel it deeply?
Yeah.
Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Yeah.
If so, then please step forward and press the button. Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Nein, hier ist Patrick.
Jim. Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2,
Nein,
it would
hier
still
ist
be worth the
Patrick.
money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal value. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a
Nein,
person can be
hier ist
too
Patrick.
much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Let's go to the gym. Hier ist Patrick. Aber jetzt bin ich nicht mehr Jim. Ich fühle mich so leer. Das ist ein sehr großes Fenster.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Ich mag diese zwei.
An
Epilog.
epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Ah, hier. Einstellung Weltmeister, aha. Unendliches Loch, Gratiserfolg. Auf zum Gratiserfolg. Das ist nicht ein sympathisches Lächeln.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Wieso kommt es mir so shady vor? Ist das ein Dalek?
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Ich will es aber jetzt. Gib her, ich will das Achievement. Gibt es ein Achievement für den Table? Das muss ich mir mal gerade angucken bei dem Spiel. Aber wenn es dafür ein Achievement gibt, will ich das ja jetzt erreichen. Achievements. Wo sehe ich die Achievements? Webseite? Nein. Alle Achievements anzeigen. Ach, ich habe bereits alle Achievements. Oder nee. Na dann. Egal. Ich gebe auf. Okay. Sie, kennt denn dein Vater Genshin Impact?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Och, er sieht so traurig aus.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parabel 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Was? Hier sind 6 Stück.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Ich dachte, ich will die einpacken.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parabel 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Ach, Menno. Ich fühle mich gemobbt. No screen. Ich mache einen Screenshot.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Er lässt mich erst raus, wenn ich das gemacht habe, oder? Oh, was für ein Sack. Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Hallo, ich habe das andere gewählt. Hallo? Was ist das? Oh, Merch.
Actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Maximal verwirrt. Vor allem, gibt es jetzt hier noch weitere Figuren zum Einsammeln? Was meint ihr? Oder verarscht er mich nur? Ah, okay. I'm here. Samstag, this map, free achievement, the bottom that says the name, merge. Warte, Hashtag? Wo ist das Hashtag? Ich muss einmal um die Ecke. The Assurance Bucket? Oh. Und wieder die 2. Geht da. Meeting at 2 p.m. Management. Beruhigungseimer? Ich müsste jetzt beruhigt werden.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
Ja.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the
Gute Nacht,
bucket is in
Sarah.
your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Oh.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Ich würde ihn gern über meinen Kopf ziehen. Und jetzt habe ich den Bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Hauen wir ab. Bei Infinity Hole. Jetzt bin ich voll im Eimer. Wobei, das klingt falsch. Das klingt schlecht. Marhols? Was? Was? Okay. Auf zum Infinity Hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Okay. Gib ihm!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Aber wieso? Das Loch ist doch endlos. Oder kommt das Ende immer näher? Ist dieses Loch etwa...
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? Certainly it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
Ich habe gar nichts gesagt.
Put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite. If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Da war jemand sehr frustriert und hat sehr viel geraucht. Also, mir geht's gut. Ich habe mein Bucket.
Great. Now, I'm very excited. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Ja, ich mach Löcher sehr gerne. Schelle, machst du Löcher?
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here?
Nee, noch habe ich kein
I have no
Lieblingsloch.
explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, how is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Ein Loch ist ein Loch. Und ich bin ein Kerl. Hallo?
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure?
Schelle, was willst du damit sagen?
I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
Kannst du wenigstens ein bisschen Wasser
Take care,
reinführen?
Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Hallo? Bucket, bleib bei mir. Bucket? Hallo? Excuse me? Excuse me? Es ist dunkel. Da sind noch 2 Löcher. Ich darf mich selbst ändern?
Never gonna give you, up never gonna let you down.
Hunde!
Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland.
Ich war im Paradies.
Because this whole
Wie konntest du
is
nur?
so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second.
Aber.
I don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the whole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Er ist ein Sack. Er ist ein Arsch. Können wir wieder absinken? Löse ich wieder weg? Ah, okay.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Ich weiß nicht, wie es mit euch ist, aber ich will wieder ins Loch. Ich will wieder ins Loch. Ich will die anderen Musiken hören. Ich will noch mehr Puppies sehen. Ich will alles sehen. Auf zum Loch. Wer will auch zum Loch? Ich will zum Loch. Hallo? Er lässt uns nicht rein. Er lässt uns nicht... Ich will zum Loch. Ich will zu meinem... Okay, ich brauche ein Ersatzloch. Hat mir jemand ein Ersatzloch, dass ich rein kann? Ich brauche ein Ersatzloch. Gut, in dem kann ich mich dann vergraben ziehen.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Eine Tasche. Na, perfekt.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parabel 2.
Da ist das Loch. Will das Loch?
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
Ja, da ist
sort
ein
of-
Loch.
Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement.
But-
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Sieht
Who
chaotischer
am I
aus,
kidding, Stanley?
aber
This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of
es hat
gags.
2 Löcher.
And I do very much
bin
enjoy
begeistert.
creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
Aber,
I wanted
aber,
more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
da stimme ich dir zu, Dalia.
I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Excuse me? Wieso kriege ich gerade Forest Vibes? Wieso kriege ich Sons of the Forest Vibes? Was geht? Oha. Interessant. Kann jemand mehr als 3 Löcher bieten?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Mhm.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee
Die
number
Ballons.
427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Sind wir happy?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company
Ballons.
had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
5 Löcher?
But as he came to his wits and regained his
Sass.
senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
5 Löcher sind sass.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it? Stanley picked up the bucket.
Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this
Yeah.
better than the meeting room?
Yeah.
Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Mhm. Kommt noch mehr was? Sind ja noch mehr Eiergeschichten? Warte mal kurz den...
Truly, being here with the
Haha.
bucket was a grand adventure.
Wusste es.
Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Alles ist besser mit einem Eimer. Auch wenn der Eimer nur ein Loch hat.
This was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Sagst du noch etwas? Na gut, hauen die ab.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection. Finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Können wir als nächstes machen?
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Da ist eine
Something up
Statue.
there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Okay.
Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Was meint ihr? Ist das ein Bucket? Ist das ein Eimer? Ich würde sagen, nein.
Correct.
Was?
It is a hologram of a bucket.
Was?
It's an actual bucket.
Excuse me? Ich wollte dich verarschen. Und jetzt verarschst du mich?
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Aber ein 3D gedrückter Eimer ist doch immer noch ein Eimer.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Nein.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Aber klar.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Aber ich dachte, das ist ein Bucket, der einen Traktor cosplayt.
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Was? Aber du hast gerade gesagt, dass es kein Bucket ist.
Item 6.
Is this a bucket?
Nein?
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Wie both? Der verarscht mich gerade.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Ja, ja, ja.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But
Du bist kein Eimer. Du bist ein Wildschwein.
Okay, here we go.
Du bist ein Wildschwein. Du bist ein Wildschwein.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Mhm.
My God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not
Interessant.
buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game.
Ja, du hast alles
Tell you
gelöscht.
what? I'll reset everything.
Oh.
We'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. All his
Also,
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
für mein Bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Wie du,
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping in.
geht doch. Einmal Vorlauf. Man könnte auch sagen, ich bin im Eimer. Warte. Moment. Kann ich das machen? Moment, das will ich mal ausprobieren. So. Bestes Gameplay ever. Ich fühle mich jetzt wohl und geborgen. Was meint ihr? Kann man das so lassen? Das könnte man die Bucket Challenge nennen. Oh, I'm now leaving. Escape Pod? Eiswasser. Skandalös. Wieso kann ich nicht den Aufzug nehmen? Yay. Was? Excuse me? Nein! Nicht den Eimer! Nein! Nein! Geh nicht! Nein! Ich fühle mich so allein und traurig. Okay, das war unerwartet.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Mein Eimer. Mein Leben ist im Eimer.
When
Janik,
Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
du wusstest,
this
dass
was
das
not the
passiert.
correct way to the
Du hast
meeting
für mich
room,
meinen
and
Eimer
Stanley knew it perfectly
betrogen.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Ooh.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Bin richtig powerful.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Aha!
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Okay.
Stanley took the bucket with him into this little hallway and closed the doors. This was their hideout. No one would ever find them here. Of course, no one would ever find them anyway because everyone was missing. But Stanley chose to ignore this. No, apparently not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Broom Closet. Wir gehen zum Broom Closet. Nee, warte, den Broom Closet machen wir danach. Ich will den Broom Closet mal... Oder mit ein... Stairs, something to do with stairs. Aha, aha. Nearby a fireplace. A private but smelly place for an important person. Ah. Davon mache ich mal einen Screenshot. Wir brauchen mehr Planken. Oh, warte. Stairs. Aha, aha, aha. Okay, okay, okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Nee, 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 nee. Ich sehe Stairs. Ich sehe Stairs. Ich sehe Stairs.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands?
Mini-stands.
What about Stanlerines? Yes,
Oh.
I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Ich wusste es. Sollen wir da durch? Oder sollen wir hochgehen? Kann sich jemand an den Code erinnern? Was war der Code? ...2815 oder sowas? Wir müssen doch nur hochscrollen. Eine halbe Stunde lang. Auch den Code. Was war der Code? Nee, ich kann nicht höher scrollen. Ich jetzt Hof 4? Danke, Janik.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Hier soll doch irgendwo eine Statue sein. Beim Kamin. Ah, hier.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Also wo kann ich runterspringen?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Über den Tisch raus, okay?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Diesen Tisch?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Willkommen zurück, Abrahamut.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here.
Hört sich gut an.
So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis.
Nice.
But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True.
Ein Loch im Boden. Wir sind im Loch.
But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Wir sind im Loch. Wir haben es geschafft. Aua! Sieht irgendwie anders aus.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Sind diese Türhandles nicht ziemlich weit unten?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, was machen wir jetzt? Oh, wir brauchen noch eine Statue.
This was not the correct
Und ich habe eine Ahnung, wo die ist.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Also in dem Spiel, naja. Man versucht vom
In here.
Erzähler abzuhauen.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Einen guten.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Interessante Bude. Aber wo ist mein Bucket hin? Hast du ein Bucket? Theoretisch. Ja, da ist der Bucket. Ich hätte jetzt gedacht, hier gibt es irgendwie eine Toilette.
The Stanley Parabel Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Und was soll ich jetzt machen? Ach so, ich soll den Bucket wieder nehmen.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Aber wo ist der Bucket? Ach, da. Jetzt gedacht, ich müsste irgendwie zu der...
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Hör nicht auf den lauten Mann. Drücke K, damit wir wieder nach Hause gehen. Na dann.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Drücke X mal in deinem Leben, außer mir zu ignorieren. Das hört sich sehr gesund an.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
All hail to the bucket. All hail to the mighty bucket. Ich halte dich für real.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
Oh, der
Like it would
Narrator.
be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Der Narrator will auch zum Kult des Buckets gehören. Drücke Y, um denselben Tag mit mir wieder und wieder zu erleben.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
Nee,
Why do I
es ist
feel
ein
some need to
besonderer
point out
Bucket.
the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket.
Bist du eifersüchtig auf meinen Bucket?
having feelings. For the bucket.
Oh.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Sorry, Leute, das wird jetzt richtig heiß. Ich muss mal diesen Bucket benutzen, ne? Deswegen, sorry. Jetzt wird's...
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Aber, wo ist der Bucket? Aber der Bucket. Bucket?
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Sollen wir ihn mitnehmen? Nö, sollen wir nicht. Auch das Red and Blue. Und zu Red and Blue komme ich nur ohne Bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ich will alle Statuen.
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Really?
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
Huh.
Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked...
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all.
Sieht so
you can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Der ist schwierig, der redet viel, kann es sein? Na gut.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Aber ich bin blau. Guck dir meine Jacke an. Guck dir meine Hörner
I
an.
still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Das finde ich jetzt blöd, dass du mir keine... Ich glaube, ich muss einfach mal zurückgehen und mir eine andere Perspektive holen.
All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley.
Meine andere
You want to
Perspektive.
know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Es tut
Do you
mir
not think I put a lot of
leid.
time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours.
Ich glaube, du brauchst den
What
Eimer.
made this game better?
Der Eimer.
What did you want to see?
Der Eimer.
Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
Der Eimer.
Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Was meint ihr? Mehr Türen, gleich ein besseres Spiel? Oder was meint ihr? 1, 2, 3 oder 4 oder 5? Nehmen wir eine 4. Mehr Entscheidungen sind immer gut.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Ein Leaderboard. Und wie gut mache ich mich? Okay. Wo bin ich? Wo bin ich? Wo bin ich? Oh, ich bin der Letzte. Wow. Ich bin das Letzte. Error, Friends List ist empty. Ich will den Eimer. Wow. Dann gehe ich nach rechts.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Nö.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Boah, nee. Brenn einfach.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Was kommt jetzt?
Aha, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Excuse me?
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Aha. Auch sehr interessant. Gas.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off.
Aber.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Was?
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Aber.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in
Rocket
mind.
League?
Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
Wo sieht
We
er hier
shall
einen
run the
Ball?
bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Uh-oh.
Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
Stanley
Run a
Parabel.
story without me. You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Stanley Parabel. Hui. Okay, was kommt? Okay, hier seht ihr jetzt was Interessantes. Der Witz ist, das Spiel ist irgendwie bereits 30 oder 20 Jahre alt, ich weiß es nicht. Und das scheint der Ursprung zu sein, eines Source-Mods für Half-Life. Und die war so, wie soll ich sagen, die Leute denen hat es so gut gefallen, dass sie daraus dann Stanley Parable gemacht haben. Das ist Vergangenheit, das ist Geschichte. Mich auch so beobachtet. Excuse me?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Ich weiß, irgendwas stimmt mit dem Ding nicht. Mann. Na gut, egal.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Okay, ich glaube, ich weiß, wo die
Stanley
letzte Sache
clutched the
ist.
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Holen wir uns die letzte... Ah. Okay.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
Nee, das ist nicht
I can
Roblox.
really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years.
Ich bin
There you
verwirrt.
have it.
Können wir ihn ablegen?
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning
Gehört
supplies and
mir.
their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Er gehört mir. Er gehört mir.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Kommt noch was?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Ja, halt nichts. Mann,
Coming to
Mann,
a
Mann, Mann.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Haha! Die bereit? Das ist der letzte.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were
Viel
doing
Spaß.
before you hunted for figurines.
Warte mal, Sie, hast du dir jetzt schon deinen Vater gefragt? Wie kommst du jetzt das Ganyu-Outfit?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket
Nee.
returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close.
Interesting.
None of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good
Aber
will
da
come from
steht,
this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience
Mein
without
Bucket.
the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
Mein Eimer.
Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
Was?
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Hallo?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps
Wo ist
he
unser
didn't
Eimer?
even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Was für eine nette Lehrerin du hast. Also, Sie, warum hast du dir jetzt ein Ganyu-Outfit geholt? Hm? Also? Also, was machen wir als nächstes? Ach so, ich soll mit dem Bucket hier runterspringen.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines just one more time.
Ich wollte gerade mit... Ach, und wo ist mein Bucket? Ja, machen wir das schnell zu Ende. Seht ihr nicht was?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Ooh.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Ab jetzt doch da lang?
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Mal schauen, was passiert, wenn ich das Falsche wähle.
No. Behind the boss's office was the 4th place you found a Figanli, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If the boss's office feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
Aha.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Na dann. Was für tolle Memories. Willkommen zurück, New Galaxy.
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Wow.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the boss's bathroom. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Okay. Sind wir fertig? Darf ich mit dem Spiel weitermachen?
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Perfekt.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Excuse me? Okay, langsam wird verrückt.
Okay, yes, the boss's bathroom. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Was geht hier ab?
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Mhm.
Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Mögt ihr auch den pinken Raum?
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Hm? Ernsthaft, ich darf die nicht hin? Ach, Menno. Im Grunde hast du nichts verpasst. Er hat doch dieses tolle Video gemacht, was dir alles gezeigt hat. Hust, hust. Das hast du gleich zweimal gesehen.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Dafür wieder springen.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm... Oh, yes! The two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office.
Okay,
Was
und
there
was
anything
jetzt?
else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Ein Intro?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship.
Sich
And
ausgedacht?
Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore.
Excuse
it
me?
truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Excuse
I
me?
enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Muss ich mir Sorgen machen? Ich bin der Streamer. Will er mich in den Ruhestand schicken? Excuse me?
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Was machen wir jetzt?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge...
Das Problem ist halt, solange er redet, ist es halt schwierig, selber einen Gedanke zusammenzubringen. Aber was ich jetzt gern machen würde, ist halt noch einmal das Spiel durchzuspielen, wie es ist, weil er sagt, es wäre das letzte Mal und dann schauen, was er dann vorhat, dieser Narrator. Was haltet ihr von der Idee?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
Wo sind wir jetzt? Hier waren wir noch nicht.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so...
Ja, so?
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Excuse me?
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
Was?
This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Excuse me? Okay. Was war das gerade?
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley, the good old bucket, just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Ich glaube auch so langsam.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Niemals.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, was war nochmal da? 2845 oder sowas? Ja, 2845.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Na gut, machen wir mal das Bucket-Ende. Für das Bucket-Ende.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Wird es das? Wird es das?
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket.
Memory-Vogel?
His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power.
Zumindest haben wir den Bucket.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Excuse me?
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Nee, Experiment geht weiter.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like?
Na gut.
There was a computer back.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked.
Stanley just smiled.
Anywhere they went together would be perfect. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Beenden wir
This
das
was
Ding.
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge
Beenden wir
was
das
simply
Spiel.
the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Beenden wir die Sache.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course,
Bin ich mal
buckets
gespannt,
can't
was
talk.
jetzt hier
But
kommt.
Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Jetzt bin ich mal gespannt, was jetzt passieren wird.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult.
Aua!
I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing?
Aua!
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny?
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Irgendwas läuft hier gerade ziemlich falsch. Egal.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches.
Ist das passiert?
A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept.
Lena, danke für die 5 Gifted
Abos. That's
Abos.
what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now? Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Ich finde dieses Bucket-Zeug ziemlich verwirrend. Sehr, sehr verwirrend.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely
Wait mal.
off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to.
The
And it's
bucket?
all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling.
Da fehlt ein Sticker.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Irgendwas
Here we
stimmt.
go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay. Und?
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Was ist jetzt passiert? Hallo? Jetzt,
Here we go.
was macht ihr
You
denn?
ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2
Lena!
open doors, they entered the
Aufhören!
door on the left.
Danke für die 11 Abos. Hilfe. Warum?
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly.
Lena!
There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not... Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Yay! Und er ist beendet. Aber ich habe das Spiel doch gerade beendet.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere.
Perfekt.
Thank you and have a pleasant day.
Na gut, machen wir noch die letzte Sache. Dann schauen wir weiter.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Aua, wieso komme ich hier nicht drüber? Na jetzt, komm. Wieso werde ich dauernd gebonkt?
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Excuse me?
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game. And we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Was? Excuse me?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Mina, wir haben gleich Mitternacht. Was für eine Arbeit. Mina, was meinst du mit, du bist bald wieder bei der Arbeit? Es ist fast Mitternacht. Wir haben noch 18 Minuten, dann ist Mitternacht. An einem Freitag. In 18 Minuten ist Samstag. Delia, du wirst doch in ein paar Monaten eine hübsche Dame haben.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Aber mit Bucket.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yay! Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-da, ba-ba-da, aua! Da-da-da-da-da, ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Den Narrator. Wieso haben denn alle Angst vor dir? Aber hier im Chat hat niemand Angst vor dir. Würde ich mal behaupten.
Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
Lena!
This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Lena, ich habe fast einen Herzinfarkt gekriegt.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
Hello?
Well, you see, if you were to
Lena,
really
aufhören.
explore the bucket destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parabel characters like the Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Miep. Bin geflasht.
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Bin verwirrt. Und wieder hat der Bucket jemanden auf dem Gewissen.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could
Wir
it
sollen
mean?
dich bonken.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was
Wieso
not the
mich?
correct way to the
Hast du nicht
meeting
genug
room.
Punkte? Aua.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
Jetzt reicht's doch.
employee lounge was
Knie.
simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to them, and so the two of them detoured through the
So,
meeting
ich will jetzt
section
den
and walked
Bucket.
straight ahead to the opposite door.
Ich will den Bucket jetzt zerstören.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Na dann. Werden wir den Bucket los. Was haltet ihr davon? Werden wir den...
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who
Ja,
knows
so
where
weit
it'll
waren
go
wir
off
schon.
to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all
Lena.
about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Lena!
Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to
Lena.
do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Ja gut, destroyen wir den Bucket.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Total.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it
Aber ich will ihn nicht
That
weggeben.
is its singular personality.
Soll ich?
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality
Soll ich?
deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parabel characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parabel characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans.
Ja.
Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Achso, man kann ihn gar nicht zerstören. Das hätte... Ja gut. Ich hab's versucht.
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation.
Nee, es geht
You had
nicht.
so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Okay, das ist enttäuschend. Ich dachte, ich könnte jetzt den Bucket zerstören. Na gut, es gibt noch eine Sache, die man machen kann. Mit dem Bucket, soweit ich mich erinnere. Dann machen wir diese letzte Sache.
I can't wait to tell this
Die
story to my
letzte Sache.
co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all?
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Was war das nochmal? 2845? Oder wie ging der Code? Ich scrolle. Der Code war 2845, genau. Röchen Midnight. Lange nicht zueinander gehört. Wie geht's dir, Midnight?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Dann gute Besserung, fühl dich geknuddelt, Midnight. Und wie hat man Suppi Bauchweh? Ist Bauchweh nichts unsuppi?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Abwärts.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Ich hab überlebt.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Oh, es ist hell. Einmal heißt es willkommen zur großen Ausstellung.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded
Wunderschön.
him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Etwas sagt mir, das sind mehr als 25 Buckets. Nur so ein Gefühl. Vielleicht, wenn man noch eine Null oder noch ein paar Nullen andrängt. Blasphemie. Ein Eimer mit 2 Henkeln. Ja, mir geht's super prächtig. Und dir? Inferno-Eimer. Wollte gerade sagen, ich habe gerade in dem Moment, wo du es abgespielt hast, auf den Button gedrückt und ich denke mir, was geht jetzt ab? The Stress Bucket. Ohne Kommentar. Höhlenmalerei, aha. Wir wissen zwar, dass der Eimer schon vor Existenz der Menschheit gab, aber wir wissen nicht, wie lange zuvor.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Der hängende Eimer. Da ist ein Loch. Dieses Stück symbolisiert die notwendige Beziehung zwischen Eimer und Menschheit. Ins Loch! Ach so. Ich dachte, ich dürfte jetzt springen.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Excuse me? Ja, ich höre ja zu. Gut, im Grunde gibt es nur noch eine Sache zu machen, das Control-Ending mit dem Bucket.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Nur noch das Control-Ending fehlt. Und theoretisch den zu rebooten.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Was passiert eigentlich, wenn ich mit dem Bucket in den Aufzug gehe? Böse. Wow, wir sind ja weit gekommen.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
So, Control Ending.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Dann haben wir alles. Aber Armut! Ihr seid schlimm. Ihr seid schlimm. Ah. Macht es euch Spaß, mich zu foltern?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Armut, danke für deinen Gifted Sub.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
Macht es euch Spaß?
At this point, he could trust no one except for the
Mann.
bucket.
Skandalös.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
Immer.
Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another.
Oh,
and then it
Pinguine.
dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all.
It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Willst du den
The
Pinguin?
mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Oh,
And Stanley was happy.
das Vogelende. Wir haben den Vogel. Ich glaube, das war alles, was man machen konnte, oder? Ich glaube, ja. Mehr Sachen gibt's nicht. Noch Fragen? Was wir noch machen könnten, das Spiel komplett zumachen. Aua. Nochmal starten und schauen, was das Board sagt. Jetzt ist bereits. Aua.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace.
Gib mal diese Bonks.
Yet delicate, assertive, yet compassionate.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Nee, ich soll es komplett rebooten. Na dann. Zurück zum Menü. Zurück zum Desktop. Und dann starten wir das Spiel nochmal neu. Einmal bitte das Spiel starten. Das kann ich mir nicht leisten. Oh. Aua. Aufhören. So Uhrzeiten verwirren mich. Sekunde, warte mal. Baba. Ach, das ist die Uhrzeit mit. Okay. Aber du machst dir tatsächlich die Mühe, die Uhrzeit einzustellen. Und das weiß ich zu schätzen. Du weißt nicht, dass du dir diese Erfahrung wichtig ist. Du bist aufmerksam. Ich kann gar nicht wissen, ob die von dir eingestellte Uhrzeit korrekt ist. Pass auf, ich habe einen Vorschlag für dich. Da du so kooperativ warst, kannst du bei deiner nächsten Spielstart, wenn du diesen Bildschirm siehst, einfach deine Lieblingszeit einstellen. Mach nur, nimm einfach die Uhrzeit, die du willst, selbst wenn es nicht die richtige Zeit ist. Du hast es verdient. Alles klar, ich lasse dich jetzt weiterspielen. Danke. Ich bin maximal verwirrt.
This is the story.
Überspringen.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. And
Eine
entered
Zeit,
the
die ich
door on
gerne
his left.
habe. Die Zeit, wenn ich schlafe. Oder im Bett döse.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Na gut.
Coming to a staircase,
Ich sehe nichts.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Damit haben wir
office.
alles gemacht, was das Spiel wollte. Na gut, egal. Habt ihr dann noch Fragen? Oder sollen wir noch was anderes machen? Ich war doch schon mit der Treppe nach unten, auch mit dem Bucket. Das haben wir schon gemacht, oder warst du da nicht da, Dalia? Hm? Warst du da? Warst du nicht da? Hm? Also, alles gut. Also, habt ihr noch Fragen? So langsam werde ich auch müde. Sollen wir dann die ganze Sache beenden? Aua, reicht doch mal. Nie. Na gut. Dann vielen Dank, dass ihr heute dabei wart. Ich wünsche euch eine wunderschöne gute Nacht. Träumt was Schönes. Wir sehen uns dann morgen zum nächsten Stream. Bye, bye. Gute Nacht. Der Stream wird beendet. Bis morgen. TikTok habe ich ja schon ausgemacht. Dann. Schnief. Gute Nacht.